Um, okay. So, today I'm a little bit late, like 20 minutes late. Okay, 20 minutes late. Um, I had to do a few things. And this morning I'm not really feeling all that okay. Let me mute my sound. There we go. And let's go ahead and refresh this here. Let's go to chat. Actually, I need to do something else. I'm just not with it today. Um, and not for lack of sleep or I feel fine right now. I don't feel particularly tired or anything like that. It's just it's not that. Um, let me new window. Okay, and let me go back to this, and I'm gonna actually go ahead and move this off screen. Yeah, it's partly on screen. I don't even care if it doesn't look professional or whatever. I'm not professional anyways, so it doesn't really matter that much. I'll shrink this down a little bit. Okay, that should be okay. Let's let's switch on to desktop. Here I am. Um, and it looks like restream is not that far off. Only a few seconds. Actually, it's pretty good. It's not much lag at all. Okay. Yeah. I'm kind of bummed now. I don't even get that many people watching the update videos. Of course, they're not very exciting anyways. So like always, I don't know. I don't know much about editing videos and or even getting the footage to uh to edit videos with. I mean, what I do now in order to keep the to take less time editing, I is oh, you know what? There's something I did. Actually, let me check something here because I've been being pretty slack. So let's go to game dev clips, and I think I have MKV sources for the latest, which was 39, and that was through June 27th. So 16th through the 27th, and so I'm actually starting a new thing here. Right? There's only two sources because I only yeah, doggone it. Uh, let's go to videos. Let's go to OBS clips. Okay. Uh, these are through the 27th, and well, let's see if I have a problem doing this and running Blender at the same time. It might, or not Blender. I'm not running Blender. Running Redot, I guess. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna pull up Handbrake here. Give me a second so I can convert these over, and then I can move them. Like I said, I've been slacking lately just because I don't know. I'm losing my motivation now for doing any of this stuff. I mean, I'm still working on my game and stuff. That's cool, but let's go to videos. Yes, clips open, and we're gonna add them to the queue. Add to queue. Add all, and we'll go ahead and just hit start. We'll go ahead and let it do its thing. And then I can continue working here. Yeah, I'm just not many people, even though I do post on X and Discord and whatever. Just I don't get many people coming in here. Every so often I get a couple of guys pop in. Part of it can be just the time difference. Here, let's take this off. Part of it would be the time difference, and then another part would be um, just whatever. I'm not that interesting, I guess, or I'm not showing that much progress, or whatever. I don't know. There's probably a billion reasons why I don't get many people coming in to the chat. I know that a big complaint that I got before was that I wasn't actually doing anything. It was either on break or I was doing the edit or something. That's because some people are, in other words, people are at work here in the U.S. They're probably at work right now. Um, Other countries they might be in bed. It kind of depends. UK is 5 hours ahead, so it's almost noon here, which means it'd be almost 5 p.m. UK time. It'd be it's almost 8:30 like India time, and I got a couple of you guys came from India that actually joined in the stream, and thanks for that. And if you continue, thanks for that. But I still need to get uh, more people actually coming into the stream, which I'm not really sure why, and I don't really have any clue of how to how to determine that really. I mean, I guess I could ask. I could go onto Discords and I could go um, to X. I could ask people in X in the respective communities to uh, to tell me. Maybe it's because I'm doing too much grok and I'm not doing enough work. Maybe it's because I don't know, it's just not interesting, like or the time's off, or I don't know, a billion reasons. But I'm kind of getting discouraged, and not discouraged like I'm not really depressed, discouraged that kind of ways. I'm just discouraged as in um, uh, the less people that come in or the less people that watch or if I'm not making any headway, I'm not actually gaining new viewers or subscribers or whatever. I don't even strictly need the subscribers per se, but just people coming in general. A couple of times when people do come in, they idle. They shouldn't say idle. They don't chat. They just come in and they watch it occasionally or listen to it. And so I guess I don't know. Um, I mean, I guess I'll continue on for a while. I'm considering actually doing work offline, off stream, and then just coming back later. But yeah, I don't really know what it would take to actually get to uh, to get people to come in here and have this process thing. I actually don't know where I was at. I know I had three things because I was thinking the three different characters. Um, and let's see. Um, I know I have these three rooms here, but if I do the thing of where okay, so the point this point in the story, Chester is trying to look for his friends, and he sees one of his friends, and they're terrorizing a village, some random village, um, burning it down and whatever, and so he goes and rams it. Oh, that's right, that's right, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that there'd be three different ways. See, okay, so he rams them, and then he leaves, and he goes back to his own cave, right? He stops that other character. Um, and then when he goes back to his cave, he gets some objects in it, so he can see if he can. Um, okay, the idea was maybe he could break some of them out of the spell. Um, and I didn't actually have that much more than that, so he gets some shiny objects, then he leaves again to search for more of his friends. Um, let's see something here. Where's my next Chester room? Let me pull up the. Okay, this is fine. Let's pull up here. Let's open that new tab. Um, let's go into the rooms and not rooms. Let's go into design documents and where's the order? It won't be the exact order and everything that is now, but it'll give me an idea here, at least of the order here. Um, see Chester Cave. Okay, Sky, Chester Cave, and then the train, and then Lapswood, and then Cerulean, random villages. That's Zanzibar, I believe. Cerulean 1. Oh, that was originally Cerulean 1. Cerulean 1 got changed, though, right? That's why I changed to like 99. At one point, I changed to 100, then I went 99 and just, I don't know why I wanted two digits. Random villages, Lapswood Edge, Dwarf Mines, Night School Entrance, Night School, Princess Prep, Random Villages, Nestor Cave. Okay, so, um, I don't remember where I put my original plot outline. The actual, what's this? Oh, okay. Um, lands at the cave, leaves, flies around, then he goes to the sky. Uh, sees a random village. Okay. Goes. Okay, so he goes to his cave. He picks up a few shiny objects. Uh, then we go next. Okay, so let me here, Chester. I guess it'd be okay. Let's. That's Sky 2, heading towards 2 grad fly. Okay, so that's um previous. Oh, this random villages 3. I don't know if I have random villages 3, but I mean I gotta have them in there somewhere. But I don't think it's at random villages 3 though. 2, 3. Okay, so he managed to catch up to a few of his friends, tries to break them of the enchantment, tries to give them shiny gifts and breathe fire on them, neither of which works. Okay. And honestly, that shouldn't be a random villages 3, that should be Sky 3, but whatever, I guess. Or Sky whatever Sky one it is. Managed to catch up to his friends. Okay, so that's the deal here. Um, Chester Cave. So when he comes by, he comes to pick up a few shiny objects because he's hoping that it will break the enchantment. But you don't know that for one thing. You don't know that here because given anything that would give that indication. Okay. That's right. In the sky, 11, 12, and 13 down there is how I handled those. Okay. Actually, what it means is when I finish these, then I can rename those other sky ones when I get to that point. Okay. So, uh, I need to figure out a few things here. Um, hmm. All right, I think I should do what I normally do, which is I'll leave the text as it exists here, and yeah, I think this is what I'll do. Just flying around, sees a random village. Okay, so this is gonna be the thing here. Uh, I mean, I don't have to give it this extra deal, but I'm doing these extra choices. I see I see what I was thinking too. Okay, so I was going to go ahead based on that process thing with Grok and everything, and I might go and revisit that and completely redo it. Even a new conversation, I don't know where could come up with a better way of coming up with a process. I mean, the way it is it will continually revise the process and it'll work on the same conversation, and that's kind of messed up now. Um, Anywho, um, so I don't know. Maybe I'll have to suffer through writer's block until I come up with a process that makes sense to me. I guess. In the meantime, I will continue to work on this stuff here. Okay. So here's the deal. What I decided, right, was that um, okay. There's a couple of things I could do. One is I could have left it like this, where it's just the one, and then where I only have two coming off of here, which is to search for the other two. And right, I can have him go straight back to the cave, which means no choice at all. I can add three choices where he's got three different choices to stop this one friend. I guess it will be, I don't know, maybe it'll be Shade, maybe. Maybe he'll try to search for Glint and Ember afterwards. But so so I could have him stop at one, and then I'd have two spin-off choices, which gives you a little bit of an extra set of choices here. Or I can do like this, where I have three different ways of subduing the friend, and then after that, um, let's see what else would be the search for the other two. So in which case, either yeah, I'm not sure. These kind of all three of these both have to go to the same thing, or I don't. Because what it is he flies around and then he sees this one friend. Well, you can't pick which of the three friends to. How do I say that? Um, he can't find out which of the three friends to find. Well, I mean, I guess. Okay, so I guess what you could do is, if you want to start, searching for shade, go here. If you want to start searching for, ember, here. If you want to start searching for glint, go here. Okay, and then I guess the idea can be, that he finds them in each of the deals, right? So if we do it this ways, then you find out how to subdue the one. Now, um, okay, so the deal with that is, okay, so let's say he's still searching for the three friends, which he is. He's supposed to be, and I have the deal where he sets off in different directions. For instance, and that's another thing, about an adventure game, and that is, searching. Yeah, I don't. Uh, it's going to be a point where you're going to be playing Chester, so that means you're going to be able to fly to different parts of the kingdom, and that means, I'm going to have to, figure out a method of doing that. Um, yeah, I'm not sure how I'll work that just yet. Right now, it's just based on the choices. Which one do you want to go after? Which order do you want to go after him? There's no real puzzle here. Puzzles will be later. In fact, I might have to reconfigure a lot of this stuff completely differently when it comes to actually, applying puzzles to it. Okay, so there's several ways I could do this, right? Like I said, one, he finds the one friend, and then, he searches off for the other two as two separate choices, and then, when he finds them, um, he might try to do something when he finds them, two of them, and that won't actually be a choice, right? Okay, so if I do this a certain way where it's not any choices, well, maybe I should. I was gonna pull up Grok. I was gonna do it myself, but maybe I'll go ahead and bring up Grok anyways. And, oh, that was that. Go to writer's block. Okay, it's Monday, and I want you to disregard most of the conversation. We're kind of starting new. Um, let's see. Okay. Okay. We're not talking about the process right now. I'm uh I'm whoop, just trying to decide between some different options I could take this in. Please give me a moment before I proceed. Okay, and the reason, okay, so let's clear notifications. Let's go to Handbrake and queue. Okay, I want to make sure everything, clear completed jobs. I just want to make sure that's that. And then, give me a quick second here. Let's go back to this one. Go ahead and we'll cut these. Let's open this in a new tab. Data stack, game dev clips, MKV sources, 16th through the 27th, paste. Okay. Interesting. 10 items is right. That's correct. Okay. All right. Now let's go to game dev clips again. Where do I normally put the projects and MP4 sources? Oh, that's okay. I'll have to update that. That's nothing. Okay. It's not under game dev clips, is it? It's under. All right, let's go to dev stuff and let's go to Blender projects. You give me just a quick couple of seconds. See through here. Okay, and over here, let's go up to videos and let's go ahead and take these, cut over here, and that we want library, and we want source video, and we want this, and we want to paste. Okay, so that means that this is cleared, and that's cleared, and that's cleared. Okay, and that's done. And I'll go back to my game. Okay, so pardon me for that. And now let's go back to. Okay, so Chester is flying around trying to find his friends. And I could handle this one of several ways. Okay, shift option 1. He sees one of his friends, maybe Shade, burning up a village. So he goes and stops him by ramming. Okay. And then he has a choice between searching for Ember and searching for Glint. And when he finds them, he tries to stop each of them as well, doing various things. And if you find Ember, then the only other option is just going after Glint. And if you go after Glint, the only other option is going after Ember. In which case he after being unsuccessful, he returns to his cabin. He returns to his cabin. He returns to his cave. He returns to his cave. Okay. Option 2? No. Option. Come on. Option 2. Here. Let's enter here. He has a choice between searching for each of his friends. We can arrange any pages after that in any method I choose, and and that doesn't really matter for this option because I'll just do what I want. But what is important for this option is that he attempts to disable each of the 3 friends. Okay. It's similar to option. I don't know why I want to do that, but option 1. My brain kind of does this thing where if the letter ends in the letter I'm starting with on the next word, I don't put I don't put that letter. So this TO, and then my mind instantly said, okay, so the next thing after O is P, OPTION, instead of going 2O, that's 2, and then spell option with an O. Anyways, that doesn't matter. Okay. Disable each of the free friends, similar to option 1, except the manner in which you choose them. First one you don't choose, but then you do choose the order for the other 2. In this case, it's just the order for each of the 3. Okay. Okay, so so far that seems like the only 2 options anyways, right? Option 3 is also like option 1 in that you're looking to disable 1 friend, but this time you have maybe 3 different options to disable that friend. And then after you do that, it will go then you can search for the other 2 friends. Okay. Option 4 has you only subduing 1, and then maybe going to another page that's just a static no options page where it states Chester flies around and spots both other friends and decides he needs to and decides they must be enchanted and that he needs to figure out how to break them of it. I thought there was other options that I was thinking of. And honestly, the breaking them of the spell, that will probably be its own set of choices. In fact, there will only be two choices there. One is to placate them with shiny objects, and the other would be to break them out by essentially um, breathing fire on them, hopefully burning them out of the option. And that's probably what I'll do before actually. Let's see. Let's see if I can. Did I have it here? Yeah, yeah. Manage to catch up to a few of his friends to try to break them of the neither, which works. So Nestor Cave. Okay, so then he goes to Nestor's Cave, and that's a different thing altogether. Um, that is when I get to that point. The train cabin thing will be next after I get to these parts. After he flies back to his cave and gets ready for to try to break them of the spell. Um, and that's here. So um, okay, he tries to break them from the spells, but let's go back here to let's see, Cerulean one, no, Opswood, Chester Cave. There we go. Okay, so that's when he goes back. Actually, goes back to his cave. So the getting of shiny objects will probably be on the next page, the one that I identified as the other thing. This he doesn't leave again, or he does, but he doesn't. Okay, so he doesn't leave again until later. So he decides to return to his cave, to try to figure out the next option. You know, it might say something like he looks around his cave to try to decide if there's a way he can break them of the spell, and then it will go to the next page. I think that's how I'll do it. He won't be picking up the shiny objects in this one in particular, which is fine. Okay. But I thought there was several other ways I was thinking about doing it. So so what would be the best option to pick here? And can you think of any other options that I didn't think of? Keep in mind, he's not going to attempt to break them of the spell until later, and thus, when he goes back to his cave, he's going to simply it's going to simply say Chester decides to think uh Stereo looks around his cave and tries to come up with a way to break the spell, in which case the next page will be the inside of the train cabin, where we'll pick back up with John. Okay. Let's see what Il Greco says. Maybe he'll come up with something that will spark something where I go. Analysis of your options. We'll go. And I guess I'm using the names that Grok gave me. So 3, option 4, best option. I have to let it go through here before examining it. Otherwise, I have to fight with the scroll here, and I can't read that fast. I mean, I kind of can, I guess. Well, I don't know if I can read that fast, but additional options. Okay. Option 3. Well, I don't want him to apply it. I don't want Rock to apply anything, but it's going to do it anyway, so I'll let it go. That's the way it is. Now I have to go back up. Okay. Let's see. Thanks for laying out the options. I don't know why it says thanks. Uh, it's almost like me saying thanks to it. You know, I shouldn't necessarily say thanks to it. You know, I just figured in the future, this gonna kind of thing is gonna be built in. It's gonna act like a human, so I should try to treat it like as though it were human, I guess. Thanks for laying out the options. Okay, I understand you're playing Chesky, flying around searching for his friends, behaving badly due to enchantment. You've outlined 4 options structuring the section. The narrative goal of Chester observing or subduing his friends before returning to his cave to plan how to break their spell. Lead the next story beat inside the train cabin with John. You want to maintain the shiny objects. Uh, for flavor, you're using the ODD file. Okay, you know, all that stuff. I almost wish it would just kind of forget all that. You know, I have to start a new conversation, or tell it to like completely forget everything and start completely from scratch. But then I have to make sure I'm pretty explicit about how it's supposed to do that. Otherwise, it was not going to do it. Okay. I'll option start with Chester flying and with him returning to his cave. End page. Looks around his cage, trying to come up with a way to break the spell, transitioning the train cabin section. Differences lie in the player agency, choice order, subduing methods, and page count. Here's a breakdown. See Shade, subdue, choose Ember and Glint, linear, after first friend. Structure Sky Hub. Okay, flow. Player sees Shade, Burning Village, ramps to subdue, chooses to search for Ember or Glint. Ember's page, subdue Ember, Glint's page, subdue Glint, Ember's page, final page, Chester's cave. Okay, page count, agency moderate. Players choose Ember or Glint after subduing Shade with the path fixed forward. Simple, ensures all friends are addressed. Low page count, fits book-like narrative. Cons, limited agency, only one choice point after Shade. Assume Shade is a first friend, less flexible. Archetypes, act, explore, shiny objects. Shade jewels scatter after ramming. Doesn't matter. The shiny objects doesn't matter. Should tell it to just to also disregard the shiny object thing. Option 2: choose order of all three. Choose order of all 3 friends to do each. Okay. Shade's page should do Shade, Ember, Glint. Ember's page. Choose Shade. Glint. Okay. Subfinal pages. Subdue remaining friends. Chester's cave. Page count. 17 pages. Okay, that's fine. Agency high, players choose the order of all 3 friends with 2 choice points per path. Maximum agency, players control the full order, ensures all friends are subdued. High page count, more writing, similar to cave section, less variety. Archetypes explore. Shiny objects. Okay. Eh. The archetypes is fine because the idea is to keep it from seeming the same, right? Give it variety and a little bit more flavor. The shiny objects is not important at all. It might be important to how he what objects he takes to help them um, to help subdue them or whatever. More writing archetypes explore 3 ways to subdue one friend, then search others. Uh, Structure, okay. Flow, subdue shade, search for embers. Moderate players choose how to subdue shade and then follow a fixed path, ember and glint. Balances agency, subduing variety with simplicity, matches 11-page structure. Chester's friendly nature, immediate action. Cons less flexible, order. Shade always first, ember and glint. Fewer choices in option 2. Uh, Act explorer. Shiny objects, okay. Um, Subdue one friend. Static page for others. How did I say that? Player subdue shade burning village. Static page. Player sees emerald glitch. Suspects enchantment. Player plans to break spell. Less pages here. No choices after Sky Hub. Um, Subduing shade is fixed. Very simple. Low page count. Click to right. Late agency. Players don't interact with Ember, and Glint feels linear. Archetypes. None for the static page. Shiny objects. Shades, jewels, and ashes. Embers, coins. Glint distantly. Okay. Valuing the best option. Chester character. As a friendly dragon, Chester prioritized stopping a friend's harmful behavior before searching for others. Options 1, 3, and 4 align with this by having Chester act immediately on Shade. Option 2, choosing any friend first, risk Chester ignoring Shade's actions. Right, which feels inconsistent. That's right. That's why I didn't choose that one. I shouldn't even put that in there because that's the one thing that I said earlier. Okay, that's cool. Uh, Flying section bridges the inciting incident, friends missing to the next beat. Chester planning to break the spell in his cave. All options achieve this. 1 through 3, agency simplicity. Want slight variations. Option 2 offers the most agency. Requires 17 pages, like the cave section, reducing variety. Um, Option 1 and option 3 balances agency simplicity. Uh, Option 4 lacks agency, filling too linear. Page count, reference, preference. Uh, Matches this exactly with option 1, slightly leaner, less varied choices. Okay. Best option. It aligns with Chester's character. Immediate action to subdue shade. Offers moderate agency. Subduing methods. Ensures all friends are addressed. Matches your preferred 11-page structure. It it said that because I said I'd probably do that in the next run through, just because I did it differently those other couple of ways before. Sky Hub Shades pages. This also risks me changing the method each time. Also risks making one section feel like like you're spending too much time on it, and so it might kind of feel clunky, chunky, or whatever in plot in narrative process, which means I might have to redesign it after playing it, after messing around with it. Um, Sky Hub. Okay. So option 3 was the 3 ways to subdue one friend, then search for the others. Right. Okay. Additional options. Here are 2 new options to consider based on your goals. Subdue one friend. Choose 2 search methods. Flow. Player subdues shade. Chooses to search for amber or glint. Search for amber high. Search for Ember low. Search for glint high and low. Oh, that's an interesting thought. So it's saying I can actually add choices of how I want to search, and the result is still the same, but it does give it the extra flavor, right? Page count, moderate high. Players choose search order method after subduing shade. More agency than option 3. Still ensures all friends are checked. Higher page count. More writing than option 3. Archetypes, act, explore. Okay. Option 6, observe all friends. Choose subduing order. Sky Hub. Branch pages. Okay. Player sees all friends burning villages. Chooses to subdue. Um, choose Ember Glint. Subdue Ember Chain Glint. Okay. Subdue last friend. Chester Cave. 1 to 3. 11 pages. Moderate. Players choose subduing order, but all friends are observed up front. Fits 11-page structure, ensures all friends are addressed. Aligns with enchantment plot. Less immediate action, observing offer slightly less varied than option 2. Shades, mirrors, glint in village ashes. Okay, that's nothing. Choose option 3. It's the best of character consistency. 3 subduing choices offer variation. With a fixed path, ensuring all friends are checked. Simplicity, narrative fit. Why not others? Option 1, too linear after shade. Only one choice point, less engaging. Option 2, high agency, but 17 pages repeat the cave structure, increasing work. Option 4, too minimal, lacks agency, skips Ember Glint interaction. Option 5, good variety, but 14 pages add complexity. Option 6, observing all friends feels less urgent for Chester's character. Okay. By spying. Okay. Breathe fire to distract shade. Pull shade's tail to redirect. Okay. All right. That sounds like a good deal. And option 3 was one of my own choices. It wasn't one of its choices. Although its choice option number 5 is not a bad one either. But we can keep it consistent here. And so this is what he's going to do. He's going to run into shade, and then he's going to decide which method to subdue him with. Um, I still have to think of 3 ways to subdue him. One is ramming him. That's my original one. The original one is to ram him, and then get the heck out of there. And okay, so he rams him, and then he skedaddles, and he doesn't stay around. It'll say he takes off in another direction. I don't know if it matters what direction he goes off in. He'll be essentially running away. If I was doing this like visually, uh, okay, okay. So you know characters, they walk around, right? So they walk around, fully interactive, right? You have your character walk around. Well, in this case, there's going to be part with Chester flying that you'll be flying like you would on anything. It won't be action per se. It'll just be how it moves, how he moves. It'll provide a kind of an interesting um, extra method of playing, you might say. In other words, a different type of game almost, but it'll still be an adventure game. Like you'll still go and you'll have to land some places. Um, That'll be kind of interesting. That'll be the only way you can kind of freely move around the sky, um, to be able to oversee all of Enchanted Lands while you're going around. That'll be kind of interesting. In fact, you'll be able to maybe even able to see other characters, whatever they're doing at the time. That'll be kind of interesting too. I'll have to figure it out. But it'll probably be fun to play, I think. Um, anyways, yeah. Actually, another interesting kind of aspect that I didn't think about, which is now, okay, adventure games usually are about exploring, right? So if he's flying, you might have a kind of an unfair advantage because you'll be able to see everything from the air. In other words, you'll be able to locate stuff from the air. Um, but that might also be kind of a help to you. Like, um, there will probably be ways to obscure, like you have clouds, you have trees, whatever. You can't see everything that far up, and so you'll actually have to come down at some point in order to be able to see what's going on. And if I give you that ability, then at some point you're gonna have to be able to interact with stuff when you do that. That'd be kind of a challenge to try to maintain story integrity and uh, player agency, basically. But anyways, I'm digressing here. Okay, so as Chester is flying about, he notices friend Cade uh, taking a run across a village. Let's see. Um, Flying low, um, breathing fire on a small village. Okay. Um, let's see. Realizing there's something wrong, Chester's first instinct is to protect the villagers. So he ponders a few methods to subdue his friend. Okay, and this is actually consistent or whatever. Okay, so uh, hit one if you wish to fly into, ram into shade before he starts another run. Hit two. You wish to grab at Shade's tail in order to uh, get him off balance. Hit three. Okay, so here's the deal. Third option. He's gonna try to use fire to break them out of the spell, but that's at a different point. So, let's see. Actually, he could try to breathe fire like a warning shot. In other words, not trying to hit him directly. If you wish to um, shoot a warning blast past shade, and that is to get him to chase you. And I don't really know. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do after that, but those are the three options. So the three options. Okay, so let's do the thing here. Let's go here. We're gonna drop this down here like this, and we're gonna say gram shade. Okay, let's go to sky 2, and here, and let's do this, and we're gonna go this, and we're gonna say uh, grab onto shades tail, and 3. Fire warning blast. Past shade. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let's save this, and let's go ahead and save the room data, and um, okay, so we got the 3 there. Okay, and I guess I could start here. We're gonna do a thing here. Fire warning blast. Okay. I just wanted this saved first, so I guess I'll be changing this anyways, still, but fire warning blast. Okay. Chester flies close enough to be hit shade with a burst of fire. He then aims let's see, how do I say this? He then blows fire in front of Shade's eyes when this is kind of interesting because I'm going to be adding an extra deal here because it's yeah, it'll be kind of interesting. Because this is a less straightforward way of subduing them. Okay, so maybe I'll ask Grot for some suggestions. Okay, so option 3 it is. Um, okay. Choice 1, ram into Jade and essentially knock him out of the sky. Choice 2. Make his tail and get him to fly. Balance. And probably, and it will probably also cause him to crash. Choice 3, however, is firing a warning shot and getting Shade to chase him, but I haven't figured out a way of subduing Shade after he starts chasing him. Can you provide any more options on how to subdue Shade? And B, can you give me some options about what he does after he gets Shade to chase him after the warning shot? Let's see what comes up next. Thanks for confirming. Okay. Aligning with this proactive, caring nature, you selected 3 choices for Sky Hub. Leading to the next story beat. Ram Shade to stop fire, knocks him out of the sky. Full Shade sail to redirect, causes Shade to fly off balance, likely crash. Fire warning shot, gets Shade to chase Chester, but you need help figuring out how to subdue Shade. I'm not using the ODT file right this second anyways, I'm just... Maybe I should. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's one of the things I should do. I should actually pull up the deal, and instead of trying to implement the page, maybe I should go ahead and try to write it first. I don't know. I don't know what the proper thing is. This essentially is working as designing. The layout tool, the reason I had the editor do all this stuff is to help me figure out um, how to design stuff. So um, so maybe I don't necessarily need to go into, for instance, the ODT file and to start writing some notes and things there, but just go ahead and make the game, right? Okay. What Chester does after she chases him. Both requests. Skype choices should reflect Chester's friendly, proactive nature. Okay, yeah. We're Lally to startle Shade, disorient him, causing him to stop burning the village, and land to recover. Okay, that's a good one actually. Swoop under Shade to disrupt flight. Okay. Creating turbulence forces Shade to stop burning and focus on stabilizing. Okay, that's a good one. Actually, these are all good ones. I might even use these. I'm not sure. In fact, I might use these in conjunction with option 3. So we'll see what it says though. Spray water to douse flames. Uh, yeah, the water. I don't know how Chester or Dragon would get water. How he would do that. Replace fire warning shot with roar loudly to startle for choice 3. It's more consistent. Well, this is not a problem because hitting him is not going to. Okay, well, I guess it's just the way I am seeing it. It's not really the way I'm describing it, I guess. Because the way I'm seeing it is he's even going to try fire later to break him out of the spell, and that's not going to work either. In fact, the fire isn't going to. The dragon scales would kind of be able to protect the dragon from fire. You know, it's just one of those things. It's kind of like the way kind of nature works, sort of. That you would have a protection against something that you do that's damaging. So that's to me is not a problem with him being aggressive. It doesn't mean he can't be aggressive. It just means that he cares for people and or his friends. And since people are more vulnerable than dragons are, because they don't have armor and they can't fly, and you know, there's a couple of things, right? So since they're more vulnerable than dragons are, he would seek to help the humans first, and then his friends, especially if they were hurt. But none of what he's doing is necessarily going to hurt him. Spray water. Okay. Revise. I have choices or Lally to startle. Options for subduing shade after warning shot. Chase. Subduing action occurs on the next page. Chester needs to stop Shade's pursuit and harmful behavior in a way that's friendly and effective. Lead Shade to a safe landing spot. Uh, Loop back to Douse Village Fire. Hide in clouds to calm Shade. The hiding thing can actually be okay. So hiding wouldn't be that would be that much of a problem. In fact, the whole idea too would be not to confront. He doesn't necessarily want to hurt his friend. If he could hurt his friend, you know, isn't about yeah. Anyways, if I set identify signal action, define goal and action trap. Yeah, I wanted to kind of disregard the thing a little bit, but that's okay. Um, Roy Loudly is actually not a bad idea either, though. Shoot, I could do with several of them, several different options. Um, I could have the 4 options. I could have the 5 options. Okay, so first thing is, um, I don't know how he get the water in the first place, unless you say some dragons can be like pelicans with a pouch in its mouth to hold water. Dragons breathe fire. So water is kind of counterintuitive. Uh, Secondly, there's no problem with Chester using fire or whatever. Um, he would want to protect humans first because they're more vulnerable. Vulner than dragons are. So any way to stop is Okay. Secondly, dragon scales would probably be created to be able to take fire. In other words, they'd probably be impervious to fire. That's sort of how nature would work anyways, assuming they were real. Which there's a good possibility that dragons were real. Um, and I'm a Christian, so I'm thinking, created animals. And a lot of these guys that I watch and read about talk about um, your dragons actually being dinosaurs. And I always looked at it. No, this is just my opinion, so it's not. I don't have any scientific basis or whatever. But I always figure that a dragon might be a specific kind of dinosaur. In other words, instead of a dinosaur being a specific kind of dragon, a dragon's a specific kind of dinosaur that died out. Is my thought. And partly the reason I think that dragons existed is because they have depictions of dragons in pretty much every ancient civilization and stuff. So at some point there were dragons. There were animals that were consistent to what we think of as dragons. Maybe not exactly what we think of as in fantasy as dragons. Um, the thing about them shooting flame were the scientific basis is they have like two different gases pouches or something in their body that when combined uh, um, um, causes fire, right? Like a two-part chemical process that creates flame. And there's actually a kind of a bug that shoots out this I guess it's acid. I don't know if it's technically acid, but shoots out this fluid that's super hot. It's super heated to ward off predators. So and it's a similar deal. It's some sort of chemical thing that happens in the body that they shoot out. They basically shoot out their butt, fire out of their butt, basically. So it's this fluid that's super hot, literally physically hot, like temperature wise, and we have things in nature that are kind of similar to the mythology of dragons. So my personal belief is that dragons existed. Maybe, like I said, not exactly in the form that we think about, but near to the thing about breathing fire and maybe flying and a couple of things. Pterodactyls fly, right? You classify them as dragons almost. If you're in the Middle Ages and pterodactyls or pteranodons were, uh, there were a few still like in existence. Um, there's a possibility that they would characterize that as a dragon. So, you know, in any case, I'm going off onto the deal. So dragon scales probably be created to take fire. In other words, it'd probably be impervious to fire. That's sort of how nature works, anyways, assuming they were real. Uh, so shooting fire at Jade would not be a violation of his character. Um, he might not do it out of anger. However, that wouldn't preclude him from using violent means. That being said, I do like the startle option too. It's possible I could give 4 options. uh, or a fifth if that came up. They both, um, however, four options. Um, so after each of the four options is you're searching for Ember and Glint and okay. Huh. Um, I'll have to decide the other things. Like maybe I don't give you maybe you don't have multiple choices for Ember or a Glint. But water spraying option or subduing shade as dragons breathe fire, not water, and pelican-like pouch feels. I also clarify that Chester using fire is consistent with his character as his dragon scales are likely fire resistant, but his priority is protecting humans, even if it means violent means, not of anger but necessity. We like the roar loudly to startle shade option and are open to expanding four or even five choices for the Sky Hub to increase variety. Let's address your concerns. You're right. Why is a dragon's ability feels unnatural as dragons are fire based and the pelican like pouch doesn't fit the lore. I'll avoid the water based options which focus on fire resistant dragon approach. Now there's a possibility you could have different kinds of dragons. It's fantasy, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like you could have water dragons and fire dragons and um, uh, I don't know, earth dragons. I don't know, being able to, you know, like do the different deals, whatever. Um, but like you could have different dragons have different like kind of abilities and stuff, not just breathing fire necessarily. So, but in this, it's just a consistency here. It's fine. His dragon skills are like fire resistance. Protect humans and not harm him. Violent means are acceptable if they prioritize human safety and doesn't stem from anger. Yeah, I mean, for other dragons, it could be anger, but for Chester's friendly. Chester's the friendly dragon. He's a nice guy. He likes people and he likes having fun. He likes going on sightseeing trips and you know that sort of thing. So he's a good guy. So that means he wouldn't do stuff out of anger. That doesn't mean he wouldn't be violent. It just means he wouldn't. You know, it's like anything. It's like there's a lot of people that I think get the turn the other cheek thing from Jesus incorrect. Um, and I don't know if I'm exactly completely right, but it's my opinion. My opinion is that when Jesus says to turn the other cheek, or if um, you know, if you ask for a cloak, give him your. If you ask for a shirt, give him a cloak also, or whatever. I forget the exact verses. If somebody wants you to go a mile with them, go 2 miles. You know, if somebody is if somebody is doing some personal affront to you, turn the other cheek. Don't get mad and don't try to exact revenge or go against them. That's different from being a pacifist, where you don't fight in wars, or you don't fight for a cause. If you see some little guy getting beat up, maybe you're gonna go to this bully that's literally physically beating up this other person, and maybe you'll beat them up, and that's perfectly acceptable, like morally acceptable to do it. Now, if somebody was trying to do something to me, maybe I'll turn the other cheek. Maybe I'll say, you know what, I'm not gonna go down to your level. You can beat me up if you want. you know, and that's what Jesus would do, kind of thing, right? And it's not necessarily a pacifist action. In other words, passive action says I'm not going to engage in any violence whatsoever because I think it's wrong, you know. Um, but the other thing says I'm the Jesus way is saying I'm not going to um, try to fight fire with fire. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let them do whatever they do because it's going to be more trouble for them anyways. I might be beat up, but either they'll have a change of heart or something will happen or whatever. And Jesus always emphasizes your attitude towards other people, right? Um, love the Lord with all your heart, soul, and mind. And then the second commandment, love your neighbor as yourself. And loving your neighbor as yourself means that I don't retaliate per se. I don't take revenge. I don't. I might. I might would defend myself. Defending yourself is there's one thing about that, but even Jesus doesn't really even say that. So defending yourself is not part of that, but defending others would be part of it. Would be the correct deal. In other words, going to a war, fighting Nazis in World War II was morally justified. Fighting the Japanese who were basically um, hurting the Chinese and whoever else, and were trying to basically hurt people. So you go to war with that, right? Um, Now, let's say for the Iraq War, and let's say that was all motivated by money, which is what a lot of people say was the deal. That would necessarily would be a thing that's not a moral. I don't have a moral justification for going into Iraq per se. You know, I'm not saying that if there's a war that you disagree with that and you're in the military that you should disobey orders or whatever at all. So I don't think you should do that. I'm just saying as far as if you're Jesus was never like a pacifist. He went into the temple and where they were selling items, they were selling the doves to be sacrificed, or they were they're essentially making money in the temple. And he got really mad, and so he basically chased all of them out. It said he created this small scourge of cords, probably like little leather straps or whatever, and he went in there and started smacking people and turning over the tables and saying, you know, this is a house of worship. This is not. You shouldn't be doing business and stuff here. This serious stuff. And so he got mad, and it's a righteous anger, right? So that's definitely not pacifist. That's not pacifist beating up people and turning things over and stuff, right? But it was a justified thing. So this whole pacifist idea to me is not very biblical in the fact that you should never just fight anywhere. It's just the fact that when somebody does something to you personally, the way you should act is you should act the right way. The right way is not to take vengeance, not to get mad at them, even if you're completely justified. That's the Jesus way. The Jesus way is, fine, you're gonna smack me over here. Okay, go ahead, smack me over here if it makes you feel better. I may not like it. I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying if I was in a situation where there'd be a fight, if I wouldn't try to hit somebody that was trying to beat me up, because uh, I'm just a person, right? I'm just a uh, morally bankrupt, sinning human, right? That needs Jesus, basically. So I still might, I might strike out. I still sin. You know, um, everybody's a sinner, basically. You know, The only difference between me and somebody that doesn't trust in Christ as a savior is the fact that I know that I need a savior, that I can't do it by myself, that I am a sinner. And that's the only real difference between me and, say, you, for instance, if you're not a Christian, right? It's not, I'm not better than you because I'm a Christian, and I'm not holier. I'm not holier because I accepted Jesus into my heart as my Lord and Savior, basically. Um, it's just the fact that I know it and I acknowledge it, and I try to every day try to give myself to Christ rather than to my own lusts and wants and stuff. And I'm not very good at it. If you knew me for any length of time, you might would think that I'm not a very good person. And it's true. Most everybody's not a very good person. It's like you know, you, going into a church and I guess that illustration is not really useful, so maybe I won't say that. It's like you go into a doctor's office and say you don't want to be here because it's full of sick people. Well, yeah, it's full of sick people. It's like going to church. You go to church because it's full of sinners. I don't want to go to church because it's full of sinners. Well, we're all sinners, right? Anyways, that analogy is not really appropriate for what I was talking about here. Anyways, anyways, getting back to my story, which is, I'm talking about some real stuff here about how you should act, but versus my completely fictional character here. And the deal here is that Chester is not inherently mean, and he's not getting angry at somebody. So he's using fire. It's not 1:30 yet. I guess Dad must have started the coffee early because it's not 1:30 yet. He must have woke up already. Anyway, so it wouldn't be against Chester's character to actually use stuff that actually hurts things and characters, people, whatever. As long as he's doing it for a good cause and he's not doing it out of anger. Is all I'm saying. Like we shouldn't be doing stuff out of anger, right? So, anyways, more options: swoop under shade, disrupt flight, creating turbulence, push shade upward with a wind gust, pops his wings, grab shade's wings to ground him. Chester flies close. Updated sky hub choices: ram, pull shade's tail, fire warning shot, roar loudly. Swoop under shade, disrupt flight. Okay. Options for subduing shade after the warning shot: chase. Okay. For choice 3, Shade chases Chester, and subduing happens on the branch page. Shade's warning page. The action should stop Shade's pursuit, protect the village. Lead Shade to a safe landing spot. Um, Next choice, shiny object. Dive to draw Shade away. Circle tightly to tire Shade. That might be the good. That might be the one there, right there. The warning shot. Uh, yeah, you can. Yeah, and actually, all five of them would, or all 4 or 5 of them would go to the one which is search for Ember, or the one which is search for Glint. That ways, and then they could go in, and once he finds them, he subdues them in one action, it wouldn't give multiple choices. I mean, I could give multiple choices, but that means expanding and doing all this extra stuff, you know. Circle tightly to tire shade. Actually, what I might do is I might go back to keep the three, and then I might add a couple of different ones for uh for the other two, for Ember and Glint. Ember and Glint. Um, and just tie a different in fact, if I have five and I have two, then the extra two, one would be for Ember and one would be for Glint, and I could do that. That's right. Draw shade away, circle tightly, applying 5-step process. Yeah, I don't care about the 5-step process. I said forget about the process. Good choice. Okay, so let's look at some options here. He could the warning shot will he'll chase him and basically he'll tire shade out. Say we'll assume that Shade has been terrorizing villages all day and that Chester is almost completely rested when he comes upon Shade. More options: subdue Shade, swoop under, push Shade by one gust, grab Shade's wings. Okay, I think I'm going to leave the three options. Last one being fire warning shot, and then he's going to lead him on a chase until Shade gets tired and stops chasing him. Actually, I might change that. He's going to tire Ember out because he doesn't want to hurt her. I think that's what I'm going to do. Uh, I wish it would stop doing this extra stuff though. Uh, whoa, wait, whoa. Hold on a second. Okay. Uh, where is the scroll bar? Oh, game designers. Okay. Uh, I think I'm going to modify. Well, I don't know. He's gonna fly circles around Ember and disorient her instead of hurting her or tiring her out. Okay. In fact, the warning shot can the warning shot and the tiring out for chase can be on the same page, so I don't have extra pages for that. Well, it's not going to circle tightly, but yeah, it'll. Okay. Well, it's time for my break, and so then I'll have to switch. Uh, blows fire in front of Shade's eyes when Shade starts chase. We'll leave that. Random Shade, grab onto Shade's tail. We'll do that. Go ahead and Control S. We'll save room data, and then I want to come back from my break. Let's close that. When I come back from my break, I'll be working on the layout tool. Okay, so let me go to break. Let me find where's the thing. You know the thing. Okay. On break. And I will mute Mike. Alrighty, I am back. Not that it matters because there's nobody hardly in here. Well, it says two people are in here. I don't know if it's just me and maybe Rook. Sometimes he's pops in. So, um, anyways, okay. So, let me check IRC. Hold on a sec. I think there we go. Okay. All right. So, part of me wants to. What happened to? Oh, I guess Redot wasn't in here. I just turned it off, right? Okay. Half of me wants to go in and finish the pages here, and then to see what else I can get done. I just, I could just do it. I could just get these pages done. Oh, pardon me. I could get the pages done, and then I could continue to do the mess with the layout tool, or I can just go to the layout tool like what I was originally going to for this second half, or I can work on the game itself and see how much more I can get through. So on the one hand, I kind of want to finish it. On the other hand, I kind of still want to I want to fix a few things in the layout tool. Um, the game should be the priority rather than the layout tool, but I'm kind of stuck, sort of. So I'm not sure. Um, the reason I closed it is because redot. The reason I closed it was because I was going to go ahead and jump to the layout tool. In fact, there's a bug in it, and I need to address because right now it should be able to save and to select things like the regular layout tool does, and for some reason it can't do that. So I'll have to get to that. So I don't know. What do I do? I was going, I want to finish that, and then now I'm like, well, maybe I want to go back to layout tool, and then I'm like, well, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. What should I do? This finishing one page per day is just still going to take forever. We're at we're at 6, right? Page 6 right now. Um, right, Chester Cave. We haven't got to the cabin. I know this says 008, but it's close to the same thing. But so there's 90 here. There's what 93, 93. In this iteration, there was 93 pages. So 93, 94, somewhere around there. And I've only gotten to like 7 of them. You know, 90, 85. So 80 plus pages. That's 80 plus days if I got one page per day done. One page per day, 80 days. Um, and that just means from one page to the next. It doesn't mean however many in between. It just means literally the one page. Okay. And so I'm taking weekends off. So it's going to be 80 days. Right. So 4 weeks, 10 days. Um, so 5 days a week for 4 weeks is 20 days. So it's going to take 4 months just to do just to do 1 page a week. I'm gonna want to need. I'm gonna need to bump that up somehow. And well, it's. I don't guess I would have to say need it per se, but 93. But I would want to get to more than 1 page, more than 1 page's deals. Yeah, and maybe part of that it has to do with the thing about uh, giving me a amount of time to do it. Okay, so let's just extrapolate this out a little bit. Let's compress it. So 4 months, a minimum of 4 months, if I manage 1 page per day. If I manage 2 pages per day, that's going to be 2 months. If I manage 4 pages per day, that's going to be a month. So, and I could, if I could do any more than that, it would be a miracle. I don't think I can even do 4 pages in a day, in a 2 hour time period. But if I could, that's half an hour. I'd spend half an hour on any choices, any changes. I mean, is that doable? I don't know if that's doable or not. I mean, I'd have to really get busy. Like, I'd have to get busy, busy, busy. I can finish this up and get to the next page here. Not a problem. Hmm. Finish this. This should be my 1 page for today. 4 pages per day. Could I do 4 pages a day? Split out if it needs to split out. Add choices. Come up with solutions to the choices. I don't know. I don't know if I could do that in 30 minutes. Let's see. It's 2:15 or it's 2:14, but it's 2:15, 2:45. Let's see if I can finish just this part, which is mostly done anyways, and finish it in by 2:45, just as a test. I should do that, right? Right. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so this is that was the original page. We'll leave that for the time being. Chester flying about. This is friend Shade flying low, uh, breathing fire on a small village. Chester's first instinct is to protect the villagers, so he ponders a few methods to subdue his friend. If you wish to ram into Shade before, if you wish to grab, if you wish to shoot a warning shot past Shade. Warning blast past Shade. Okay, let's say shot instead of. I'll leave it. I blast past sounds weird, but it doesn't hurt anything. Okay, so this says he blows fire in front of Shade's eyes, and then Shade starts to chase him. Okay, so and what's he gonna do? He's not gonna return here just yet. He's gonna go find Ember and and Glint, and he's going to see if Ember and Glint, if they're having the same problems, and if they are, subduing them as well. And I'm just going to choose some automatic things for them to do. Okay. Chester, uh, starts flying in loops and curves, and um, just flies as fast as he can across the countryside, while executing loops and amazing loops and dives. Eventually, Shade gets tired. Eventually, both Chester and Shade get tired, but before Chester uh, gives out, Shade drops from the sky. Okay. Shade drops from the sky. Okay. Flies away and decides to see if he can find Bert and Flint. Hit 1 to search for Ember. Hit 2 to search for Flint. And I'm actually going to put this on here. We'll put both of these in both of those here. Purpose. That. And we'll do the same thing over here. There. Okay. Let's go ahead and save it. All right. That way, all three of them can point to the same thing. Okay. Which we'll have to create, but we'll create it in a second here. Okay. Chester spots Shade setting fire to a small village. Chester then starts flying at full speed and rams into shade. Before shade knows it, he's on the ground, conscious. See, okay. Chester decides to see if he can find Ember Glint. Okay, we're gonna save room data, and then let's go ahead here. Spotting. Oop, spotting shade terrorizing a small village. Chester flies up and grabs onto Shade's tail. Shade starts thrashing wildly. That ends up crashing into a grove of trees. There leaves to find Chester leaves to find Ember Glint. Okay, that's great. That works. Okay, save room data. All right. So now I need to room data plus. Okay. I'm gonna make this sky 4 and sky 5. Copy, paste 4, and paste 5. So, all right. 0 to quit. Okay, and then let's go ahead here and pull this guy down quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Go ahead over here. Go ahead over here. Okay. And then let's go to this one. Let's go to the door specs. Let's copy the door specs. Control C. Control V, enter. And that's the other thing I want to do in the in the layout tool is I wanted to instantly create the door rather than me having to save it first to create it. Okay, save room data. Okay, and then scene, reload, save scene. Cancel, reload, save scene. Okay, that's all right. And now this is going to be a little bit different. And that is, this is going to go to Sky 4. So let's go ahead and go to Sky. Let's go to the door specs and 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5. Control C. Okay, let's go over here. Door specs. Sky 4. Okay. Control C. Control V. Make this 5 and this choice 2. Like so. And we'll do the same thing here. The door specs. Control V, enter. Control V. It's 5. Make this 2. Enter. And then Sky 3, we'll do the same thing. Do this. Control V. Control V. And we'll make this 5. 5. And 2. And let's go ahead and save it. And let's go ahead and save room data. And notice how it does this weird thing where it over here the inbound is fine, but the door is weird when I hit save. It shouldn't be like that. I mean, it should fix, but it doesn't fix. It doesn't fix until I reload the page. That's also kind of a problem too, really. Scene, reload, saved scene. Kind of interesting, huh? It looks weird and crossed and everything. And that's okay. I mean, that's what happens. Okay. What are we at? 2:30? So that was 15 minutes? See, and this is just things that I already kind of knew what I was doing here already. So, anyways, that's kind of okay. Um, okay, so 4, 3. Ember and glint, right? So, Ember is always 1. Okay. And what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do for Ember? Um, he's not gonna. He's gonna maybe do the disorienting thing on her. Maybe. Okay, so let's see something here. After flying around for a while, Chester spots Ember. Ember keeps diving down and picking up. Uh, I don't know if I call them knights or if I call them just villagers that have armor or something, maybe. Dropping. Okay, and dropping villagers. Not wanting to hurt her, he decides on a peculiar movement method which has him flying around her. At all sorts of angles and orientations, eventually making her dizzy. Um, she decides to fly off. She decides to fly off, and then Chester breaks off his maneuvers. Okay. Hit 1 to return back to Chester's cave. To head toward Chester's cave under Dragon Mount. Okay. That. And there we go. Control S. Let's go ahead and save room data. And then let's go ahead and go over here. Glint. Glint. What's he going to do with Glint? Glint lands a random village when Chester sees him. Glint starts approaching end of the street where they have a damsel tied to a pole. Chester then flies above, and just when he's overhead, directly over top, drops down on top of Glint's head, where both roll over and drop off a small cliff. Chester awakens several minutes later and realizes Glint. Does he realize Glint is gone, or is he there and he leaves him there? Glint is gone and decides to return back to his own cave. Hit 1 to return to Chester's cave. Okay. Alrighty. And 2:35. Okay, so I'm, I guess 10 minutes short. So 2:15. 215 to 225, so 20 minutes, right? So I did this in 20 minutes. That's a good sign. Okay, so right now, awesome. Look at the configuration now. Ooh, awesome. Woo! Woo! Okay. Let's see. Um, now, now I guess I have to hit on the next thing. I have to, let's go back into script. Godot. Godot announcement. Okay, so right now I want to go back to script for a short period of time, and I want to go ahead and, whoop. Okay. Uh, okay, where are we at? All right. Gonna do this. 7. Okay. Do 7. Over here. And actually, I'm gonna pull this back up here a little bit, and we are going to go ahead and load save scene. Okay. Train cabin. Control S. Save room data. Lapswood. Okay, so what's the door spec say on it? Lapswood's the next one. Okay. Right. All right, so my next thing is going to be right in here. I don't know. Do I want to mess with the layout tool? I'm not sure. 3:30, right? 2:30, I got about an hour. That last one took 20 minutes. Let's see if I can do the next set in 30 minutes. That means everything's got to be done. Um, do I want to do that? Let's see something here. 3 o'clock. Let's see how far I get here with this next page. And then I'll determine if I should go ahead and go with the layout tool. Okay. Except few shining leaves again, search for more of his friends. And, okay, that's, and so this is going to have, okay. Okay. Okay, he's not gonna search for his friends here. I'm gonna leave that in there though, because of how I'm doing this. In fact, I know I deleted him. I almost should like leave him in each time, but nah, maybe I won't. In fact, well, maybe what I'll do is here. Let's finish this last one up here. Chester, goes back to his own cave. What is he like? Just coins? Let's see some here, real quick. Piles of gold coins. Glint likes gold coins. We're gonna see him that she likes gemstones, and then he likes armor and weaponry, right? What does Chester like? I don't know what Chester likes. Something shiny. What other shiny things can I do? Like, like gold and silver jewelry? How about yeah, how about like flatware and stuff? Like silverware and where he has neatly stacked hundreds of sets of silverware and silverware, goldware, uh, silver and gold tea sets, various serving platters, and so forth. While the majority of his loot has to do with um, gold and gold and silver. Um, what do you call plates and dinnerware? Um, what do you call it? What the heck? What? Okay, there we go. Okay, all of that's done now. I'm determining what kinds of things Mr. likes. He seems to like silverware, goldware, serving serving platters, cups, plates, and so on. What would I collectively call call things that have to do with eating or serving food? I don't know. I think there's got to be a word for it, dinner sets. I don't know. Cups and plates. You're looking for a collective term to describe these items. Tableware. Okay, tableware. Dinnerware, serviceware. All right. Tableware. Tableware. He does have a few piles of different items like coins, jewels, and even a small collection of armor and weaponry. Mostly he just keeps these other items just in case he wants to give some away to his friends as presents. uh, maybe I shouldn't do it. Let's do it differently here. Uh, I want a lot of descriptive stuff. Whatever. I'm not trying to. I do that narrative pass. I'll do a deal where I get descriptive and I get flowery and wordy and all that stuff, which is gonna take forever to do. But whatever. I get it done. By the end, it'll be completely playable. Be sort of an interactive novel, you could say interactive novel instead of just a straight up generic interactive fiction term. It's not a full like text adventure exactly. It's not much more than a glorified book, but it's not even a full choose your own adventure. It's simply a interactive. Anyways, Chester tends to hoard gold and silver tableware and bonus if they're bejeweled. He's also got smaller collections of other items. Uh, Chester returns to his cave to ponder how to break after having seen his friends act contrary to their nature. He reasons that they must be under some sort of enchant and thus decides to find a way to break it. As Chester is flying home, let's see, he's also after having scenes with the transact. As Chester is flying home, uh, he spots yet another flying train, which is somewhat unusual given the fact that there hasn't been much tourist activity as of late. Hit 1 to continue. Hit 1 to continue. I'm just going to leave it at continue. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, save room data, and then I'm going to go ahead and 250. Okay, 250, that's all right. That's not beyond the pale, although um, honestly, it should have been done sooner with just that page. But we'll see. We'll see if I can get in one more set of pages here in just a sec. But let's switch over to this. Why is it design. What? Oh, lock. Right, because it creates the file there, like a backup file, while you're editing, and then it will remove it after you're done. Okay. Finished. Gestures, friends. Okay, I'll just do that. Okay, and then in the meantime, let's go ahead and do what I said here. And that's here. We're going to go ahead and delete this. Okay, and then here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to delete. Okay, so this is still kind of wordy, but I figured I should put this here as a deal. Um, and some, say in some bejeweled items. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and resave that. There. Okay, so now we go to the train cabin. And the train cabin is going to be as is for right this second. Lapswood. Okay. John steps into what looks like a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman sitting near the front. The beautiful young woman is grabbed by a short, fat little man as the train starts tumbling, causing John to fall. Okay. So, if you wish to go to Lapswood, I have to check something. I have to check Lapswood here. Let's go to. Let's check out Lapswood, which is 8. Let's read it for a sec. John awakes in the forest without leave as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help find a way to find out why. Hubert mentions that it's a good thing you fell near the edge of Lapswood because it makes you forget things. Okay. Start walking out the forest. Okay. So my issue here is not exactly an issue, but it is sort of. And that is he gets on the train. It's just these are kind of serious these are essentially story events. So I have these 2 pages here. Uh and I don't think there's anything in here that could be set up um as a choice. Let's do something. Here, we can close this right now. Let's open let's open Lapswood and let's also open. I'm gonna open the train cabin here. Here, let's move them around. Like, okay. Um. Okay. So. Okay. That works. Okay. So I'm on to the next story beat. I have 2 pages, which technically don't need to be separate, and I don't think there's any room for choice here. So let me show you the text of both. And then this one, okay, so this one is inside the cabin, inside the train cabin. Um, let's do some, let's go to script again, and let's make that 8 here. And let's go ahead and reload. Reload save scene. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Interestingly enough. Bada bing, bada boom. So. Okay, Control S, we're gonna go ahead and save room data. And so this is train cabin. Copy. Reload the file. Reload, sure, go ahead. I guess it's because it's, I don't save the inbounds in there anymore. Okay, so the train cabin. And then here, let's go to the next thing. Copy. Um, um, on the ground, then wood. And just at a glance, this doesn't look like room for any choices in here. Although you can try to come up with suggestions. Okay. Do John's perspective. Be sure 2 pages. Do their linear cutscene like nature with no apparent room for choices you're planning on. Yeah, I'm not planning in my ODT file. I should tell it to stop saying that. Aim for narrative-driven, no punitive events like variations, choice, shiny objects. Adding choices despite the pages feeling choiceless. Maintaining compact structure. Let's analyze. When is her being grabbed by a short Batman? The cabin tripped. John's entry into the story, and an immediate crisis. Tumbling cabin, women in danger, choice potential. Tumbling and falling happen quickly, limiting action. Choices could occur before the tumble, but feel constrained by the fixed outcome. John falls. Uh, Content. John wakes in a leafless forest, meets Hebert, who explains he brought John to investigate why Enchanted has closed, and it was lapseless memory or recent effect. They walk out. Introduces Hebert, the setting, and the goal. Uh, it's expository, setting up John's quest. Choice potential. The conversation and walking are linear, but choices could involve how John responds to Hebert or navigates lapseless memory effect. Not until I come to whatever the next thing is. In fact, let's see. The next thing is actually we switched to Zanzibar. So creates a single cutscene like transition. The sequence feels like one story beat. Combining reduces page count but reinforces lack of choices. Speech shifts from Chester's dragon-focused arc. Friends Enchanted to John's human perspective, setting up the investigation of Enchanted Land's closure, possibly tied to the enchantment. The lack of choices aligns with a cutscene introducing a new arc, but you prefer some player agency. Um, I guess um, I I guess that I should probably um look at what the next time. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to the ordered the list order, I guess. Uh, that's not really what I want though, is it? I want April. April 14th. Okay. 14th of April. I get it. Um, that was bugging me. Um, okay. Train cabin, Lapswood, Zanzibar. Once they're out of the confines of Lapswood, Hubert stops. Okay. So we introduce Zanzibar there, and then we go back to Lapswood. Once they're out of the confines, Hubert stops to give instructions. Hubert sends John to night school. Okay. So let me go back here. Call out the woman. Short chase the short man. Actually, could do that. I didn't think that. Lapswood after waking. Has agency. Okay. Cons just Mayfield minor. Chase the short man. Search the cabin for clues on the ground. No choices. Yeah. Okay. I had this kind of elaborate, yeah, tableware. Oh, thanks, Rook. I didn't even notice you there. What's it say? 1442, 242, and then you said tableware at 2:45. My time is is 3 o'clock now. I sorry I didn't notice you there because I was too into figuring this thing out here. Um, Okay, yeah. I decided to use tableware as the word here. Now I'm trying to figure out is there a way I can add a little bit of player agency here. I'm actually not going to combine the two into one though. I'm going to leave them as separate pages, I think. Um, right room content link to the next page. Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to leave them as two pages as you given me an idea or two of how to add a few choices. They won't be really meaningful, but they will let you feel like you're getting some choice in the matter here. Okay. I probably won't get to the layout tool today, but I will probably finish this thing here. Give the player a sense of agency while keeping the narrative linear. Should reflect John's disoriented state and story beat. Inside the train cabin, choices occur before the tumble. Why is it? I don't want to do that. Quit doing that. Dang it. I'm gonna close that. Okay. Forget shiny objects. Okay. Right room content. All right. Blah 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 blah. All right. Okay. So let's go into the thing here, and we're gonna go back here. And sees a beautiful woman at the front. Now I'm gonna add a couple of things in here. Let's see. Uh, yes. Okay. Causing. Let's do here. Let's do the thing like I was gonna do here. John, as John steps through the portal, um, he notices that it. Let's see. John steps. Okay. John steps through the portal into what appears to be a train cabin. Yeah. John recognizes the most beautiful woman. Well, okay. Recognizes a beautiful young woman sitting near the front of the cabin. As John walks toward the woman, a short, fat little man in green jumps out in front of him and heads toward the woman. Um, uh, I have to reword that, I think. Okay. I guess I'll combine it. I was going to combine statements, but, and sees, not recognizes. As John gets ready to start walking down the aisle, a short, fat little man puts jumps out, runs to the front, and places a small jeweled disc on the wall. The short, fat little man then runs to the woman's seat, sprinkles some sparkling dust that looks like glitter, and he notices she falls asleep really fast. The little man grabs her and heaves her on his shoulder, over his shoulder, and heads towards the center of the cabin where a door is placed. Um, Feeling a little concerned for the woman, John wants to do something. Okay. It won't be if you want to go to Lapswood. Actually be hit one to continue. To continue. To continue. Okay. Actually, it wouldn't be hit one to continue, would it be? Would it? No, no, no. Hit one. Wish to call out. To the woman. If you wish to call out to the little man. And hit 2 if you wish to approach, apprehend. Should I say apprehend? Attempt apprehend. Attempt to stop the little man. Okay, so do that. Okay. So let's do something here. Since we're going down Here, let's actually smooth this up a little bit. There we go. And then let's go ahead and oh, yeah, let's do that. Do that. That makes sense? Yes, it makes sense. Let's drag it upwards. Like so. Let's go ahead and drag these up here a little bit too. Okay. OS, save room data. All right. 3:16. I got 15 minutes to do something in here. Okay. We're actually gonna boost this up here closer. All right. All right. So this to Lapswood. All right. So this to Lapswood. Okay. One, if you wish to call out to the little man, and two, if you wish to attempt to stop the little man. Okay, so let's go ahead and add 1 and 2, and we will call this copy. We'll call this train cabin 1, and then go over here, and we'll call this train cabin 2. So, okay. And then we're going to go ahead and go to this one, but instead of to Lapswood, both of these can actually go to Lapswood. Here. In fact, let's do that. Copy. Go over here. Let's go to that. Paste. The Lapswood, and we're gonna do the same thing over here. We're gonna paste the Lapswood here, and then train cabin here. We're going to change this to let's go over here. Let's go to the door over here. Copy. No, 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 no. Train. Wait, train. Oh, no, that's right. That's right. There's what am I talking about? Okay, copy. Okay, and then this one will go to right. This one doesn't go to laps. Goes to train cabin. Paste train cabin 1. Okay. And that's right. 2 of them, right? 2, right? This one goes to train cabin 2. Okay. There we go. and we're gonna go ahead and move this down here and take these. We're gonna save room data, and we're gonna reload save scene. Make sure everything's cleaned up. Okay, that looks good, actually. Okay. And both of them are actually going to kind of say the same thing. Say the same thing. 321. Could almost get this done though. Train cabin 1. Hit 1. 2, continue. That. Control C. Yeah, this way, okay. Save room data. Alright, nothing here yet. 1 to continue, 1 to continue, 0 to quit. Okay. And so and this should be if you want John, because you're not doing it yourself. The character's doing it. That's another thing. And actually, they claim that Choose Your Own Adventures are like second person perspective or something like that. Some weird thing. You do this, you do that. Not first person and not third person. They do this. It's like you. And so, since I'm doing this based off of the characters, you're getting the characters to do it, so you're choosing for the characters because you're going to be playing the characters later on too. All right, technically you are playing the characters here too. Uh, okay, feeling a little concerned. Okay, call it. John shouts, "Hey!" to the little man, who then looks at him and grins for running to the cabin door, kicking it open and kicking it open. The little man then messes with a little device similar what he put on the wall, and the cabin starts to spin as the little man with the woman jumps out. John falls and blacks out. Okay, awesome. And then I almost can just copy it, right? Copy. And let's go over here and let's just go ahead and put it over here. John runs toward a little man, which after seeing John manages to make it to the cabin door and open it before John can reach him. The little man with a device similar to what he put on the wall, and the cabin starts to spin as the little man with the women jumps out. Tumbles. John tumbles and then blacks out. Okay. So, save room data. Okay, that way, that'll work. So that way, there's a little bit of a choice here. They both essentially do the same thing, but at least it gives you kind of a little bit more something to go on, right? Okay. And I'll do something similar tomorrow to the other part. I guess I don't get to the layout tool today. We'll see about tomorrow. Tomorrow, I may not get to it either because I may want to see how much more pages I can cram in. Because I got to kind of get going on this. I can do the work layout tool. I still want to do it, but right now I feel like I haven't got that much progress in the last week or so because of this layout tool stuff. So I don't know if I'll do maybe the whole week. I won't be working on the layout tool for the whole week. Maybe, who knows? But anyways, that does it for about today. It does it for today. Yeah, let's move these. I like to move these up here with it a little bit, and we'll just Control S, and then I'm gonna do my little recording here before finally signing off. Okay, so start recording. Okay, today is Monday, June the 30th, 2025, and today, what I did get done today was I got pretty much two pages worth of story done. So as I was working on last week, I was working on the Chester and his friends, and him searching for his friends, and he finds them, and they're doing bad things to villages, not acting very very friendly at all, like they normally are, and he figures they must be under some enchantment. So basically, he goes and he stops each one of his friends from doing any more damage, and then he flies back to his cave, and then we switch to John entering after having entered the portal into the train cabin. He sees this little man go in and abduct the what will later be the princess, and jump out of the train cabin, and then the train cabin starts stumbling, and he falls out. He falls down and hits his head, and he blanks out. And that's where we are. And tomorrow we'll resume where John awakens in Lapswood, or the Forgetful Forest, or the Forest of Fading Thoughts, which is what I originally called it. And we'll see what goes on from there. So that's about what I did today, and I'll see you later. Okay, so that about does it for today's stream. So thanks, Rick, for dropping in, and anybody else who was watching and or listening. And I will check you out tomorrow. I'll be back with you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.